seems to be the common ancestor of all. The Father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as straw dogs. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as straw dogs. Between heaven and earth, there seems to be a close. It is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Better look for it within you. The spirit of the fountain dies not. It is called the mysterious feminine. The doorway of the mysterious feminine is called the root of heaven and earth. Lingering like gossamer, it has only a hint of existence. And yet, when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Heaven lasts long, and earth abides. One is the secret of their durability. Is it not because they do not live for themselves that they can live so long? Therefore the sage wants to remain behind, but finds himself at the head of others. He reckons himself out, but finds himself safe and secure. Is it not because he is selfless that his self is realized? The highest form of goodness is like water. Water knows how to benefit all things without striving with them. It stays in places loved by all men. Therefore it comes near the top. In choosing your dwelling, know how to keep to the ground. In cultivating your mind, know how to dive in. But hitting deep. Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its when all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but lays no claim to them. He does his work but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task because he does not dwell on it, that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by a dare the heart of desire, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain with all knowledge and without desire, and forget that no one wants to marry a Jew. Practice not a Jew, and everything will be Tao is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges. It unties all tangles. It harmonizes all lights. It unites the world into one whole, hidden in the deeps. Yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as straw dogs. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as straw dogs. Between heaven and earth, there seems to be a house. It is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Better look for it within you. Spirit of the fountain dies not. It is called the mysterious feminine. The doorway of the mysterious feminine is called the root of heaven and earth. Lingering like gossamer, it is only a hint of existence, and yet when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Heaven lasts long and earth abides. What is the secret of their durability? Is it not because they do not live for themselves that they can live so long? Therefore, the sage wants to remain behind, but finds himself at the head of others, reckons himself out, but finds himself safe and secure. Is it not because he is selfless that his self is realized? talked about, but not the eternal tongue. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil.
Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore the sage manages his affairs without ado, and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the team in things, he rears them, but lays no claim to them. He does his work, but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task, but does not dwell upon it. And yet it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him.
As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence.
By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ado. Practice non-ado, and everything will be in order.
The Tao is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It runs so sharp as is, it unties all tangles, it harmonizes all it hurts. It unites the world into one holding him in the deeps.
Yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. What is the secret of their durability? Is it not because they do not live for themselves that they can live so long? Therefore the sage wants to remain behind, but finds himself at the head of others, reckons himself out, but finds himself safe and secure. Is it not because he is selfless that his self is realized? The highest form of goodness is like water. Water knows how to benefit. It moves without strive and complain. It stays in place, is loved by all men. Therefore, it comes near the tower. In choosing your dwelling, know how to keep to the ground. Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure up to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore the sage manages his affairs without a goal, and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He reads them but lays no claim to them. He does his work but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. And yet it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, but differently named. Both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talent, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing or stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore the sage's way of governing begins
belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevailing ones from any ado. Practice and everything will be in order. The tower is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled or fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges, it unties all tangles, it harmonizes all lights, it unites the world into an all hidden within the deeps. Yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as strong dogs. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as strong dogs. Between heaven and earth, there seems to be a it is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Better look for it within you. Spirit of it is called the mysterious feminine. The doorway of the mysterious root of heaven and earth, lingering like gossamer. It has only a hint of existence, and yet when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Talk can be talked about, but not the eternal tale. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, The hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but lays no claim to them. He does his work but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the doorless By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge, desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any that do practice monody, and everything will be in order. It's always like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled unless it seems to be the origin of all things. It floods all shortages, is one times all tangles, is harmonizes all lives. It unites the world into one whole in the deep, and it sees to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without a and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them, but lays no claim to them. He does his work, but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task, but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without a dough and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but lays no claim to them. He does his work but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ardor. Practice non-ardor, and everything empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges. It unties all tangles. It harmonizes all lights. It unites the world into one whole hidden in the deeps. Yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all forms as stardust. The sage is not sentimental. He treats us people as stardust between heaven and earth. There seems to be a balance. It is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Look for it within you. The spirit of the fountain dies not. It is called the mysterious feminine. The doorway of the mysterious feminine is called the root of heaven and earth. Lingering like gossamer, it is only a hint of existence. And yet, when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Lasts long and ever abides. What is the secret of their durability? Is it not because they do not live for themselves that they can live so long? Therefore the sage wants to remain behind, who finds himself at the head of others, reckons himself out, but finds himself safe and secure. Is it not because he is selfless that his self is real? The highest form of goodness is like water. Water knows how to benefit all things without striving with them. It stays in places loathed by all men. Therefore, it comes near the Tao. In choosing your dwelling, know how to keep to the ground. In cultivating your mind, know how to dive in the hidden deeps. In dealing with others, know how to be gentle and kind. In speaking, know how to keep your words. In governing, know how to maintain order. In transacting business, know how to be efficient. In making a move, know how to choose the right moment. If you do not strive with others, you will be free from blame.
As for holding the fullness, far better word to stop in time. Keep on being, sharpening a sword, and the edge cannot be preserved for long. Fill your house with light and tame, and it can no longer be guarded, set store for your riches and honor, and you will only reap a crop of calamities. Here is the way of heaven.
When you have done your work, retire.
Here is the way of heaven.
In keeping the spirit and the vital soul together, are you able to maintain their perfect harmony? In gathering your vital energy to attain supplement, have you reached the state of a newborn babe? In washing and clearing your inner vision, have you purified it of all dross? In loving your people and governing your state, are you able to dispense with cleverness? Tao can be talked about. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado, and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them, but lays no claim to them. He does his work, but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task, but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones.
Bluetooth.
Fast electrical motors on them because at first anything electric, you don't gotta insure it, you don't gotta register it, and so these kids are running around on these electric quads that are going faster than cars. It's crazy, crazy.
I mean, we used to do that when I worked on the golf course. We would we would take out the governor on the golf carts, and we'd be going so fast over those mounds and shit.
Which golf course?
That doesn't matter.
Oh. How old were you?
That doesn't matter either. I was young. I did greenskeeping and I was a caddy. Two different golf courses.
I know what happens on the golf course stays on the golf course. That's what
I saw a girl. She delivers. She's like the golf course bartender. You might have seen on Instagram, and it's a black girl. Yeah, right. She looked good too, and she be flirting with him, and they be giving her $100 tips. Like, keep the change.
I'm gonna tell you, I worked at a golf course recently. I haven't been there in about 3 years. But I'd never worked at one before as a bartender. And then they started, I was just like through a temp agency, and then they started like requesting me, and it's really far. Obama's a member of it and what have you. But them boy, like I learned a whole new culture just hanging out over there. I mean, that, people talk about, power lunches, there are power breakfasts, but a lot of deals that decide the world, everybody's fate in the world happens at those golf courses.
Van spoke about that, and I don't know. I got a homeboy. Well, he's younger than me. When I used to tour, he kind of came up under me. He always shouts me out, and he loved golf because he knew that a lot of the players in the touring industry, like day off in the city, they would go play golf. I'm not playing no golf, but he stuck at it. He got good. And he told me, he does meet some interesting people, and interesting conversations. Young black brother on the golf course. But I remember when everybody's like, I want to go play golf. I want to go play golf. Like, that's where the deals are made. It was a thing in the music biz for I'd say around 2003 to like 2007. Everybody wanted to play golf.
Now it's pickleball.
I want to play. I'm not gonna. All right. So here's one more Neil thing.
I don't even know what pickleball is. What is it?
It's kind of like a mix between It's a mix between squash and tennis.
It's a mix between
the racket ain't
like
that heavy.
Full size ping pong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, that's a good description.
Stand up ping pong.
So we had a Toys R Us in Brooklyn, down by King's Plaza. It's been abandoned for about 10 years now.
Wait, I remember that.
Okay, so Stephon Mall bought it, and he's turning it to an athletic facility. And guess what? They're gonna have basketball, and other sports for the kids to have somewhere to go. So it's not too far from me. I want to play pickleball.
Yeah, my LA Fitness just got pickleball courts. It took out all the boxing and put pickleball and Pilates. So I might start playing now that I can just do it. The Pilates.
So it requires a tennis court?
It requires a court.
Yes. It's smaller than a tennis court.
Yeah, so it's
play
like
pickleball
it's
on
like
a tennis.
ping pong, but full size, like a full size net. That's the best way to really picture it. It's not as big as.
Yeah,
but
Google it.
The problem is they're kicking them off of New York City playgrounds and courts because they make so much noise. So that's the problem that people are having. So they have put up signs in New York City parks where they have like, not tennis, but like a blacktop. Maybe people playing basketball, whatever. They say no pickleball allowed because people complain.
Really?
It's
I thought you just troll it.
No.
What? The hitting of the ball or people yelling?
No, they get fucked up while they're playing. It's like golf. Like in DC, there's this like White Haven. It's called Kraken. I'd never go in there. It's white people doing roller derby and it's pickleball in the middle. It's called Kraken Rinkin Courts or something.
Where is
And
it?
it's all these white people all the time playing pickleball and roller skating, and they're drunk as hell.
Wait,
They
I'm
drink
in
them
DC. Where is
seltzers.
that?
It's in it's by the Alamo on Bryant Street. It's in Northeast.
Oh, Northeast. Oh yeah, I don't go there.
Oh wow, yeah. Any,
The
well,
fuck?
yeah, it's up there, so that's where white
But
people
wait,
get, man. The first time I went there, I felt like I was not in DC. I was like, this is a new environment. It was
spirituals. I can't wait. They're making noise. What do you mean? The sound of
Dude,
hitting the
have you ever
ball, or
heard?
they're just
It's
explain.
it's like so you know like racquetball and handball and all that. Like
Yeah.
it makes that noise, right?
Oh, okay.
So imagine they have a court right outside your fucking apartment, and people are doing this all day. Drive you
Right.
fucking insane. So
Okay.
yeah, fuck pickleball, fuck golf.
He's a miserable New Yorker. I'm gonna find pickleball right next to where you stay, and I'm bring the whole hood. We're gonna play
no.
pickleball.
I'm trying to tell you,
Sorry,
Divine,
real quick. Sorry to those people that live in that part of town, but fuck Northeast too.
I don't
No,
live over
that's-
there. I got a Somali joint over there.
That's what I'm saying. What is going on? Why would it never be fuck Northeast?
Somali food?
No.
No,
Yeah, well,
Look, that's the thing. We don't really have many Somalis these days. It's just Ethiopian. Yeah. But
But
they
it's not
mix it now.
food.
They
but he eating.
definitely. But Divine, they're drinking them seltzers and all this vodka soda while they're playing, and they're loud and rambunctious. Like imagine like niggas hooping and talking shit, but white people that are drunk doing it, playing pickleball. That's what it sounds.
That sounds.
Oh,
really
no,
fucking
no,
loud.
Deep. No, stay away from Lobby Bar now, Deep. After it was, you don't go to Northeast. Don't go to Southeast either, good. No Eastern.
Looks like the Amazon warehouse is closed today.
Devon, are you there?
Hey, what's up, brother?
What's going on with you, man? Something's up. What's going on?
What? What are you talking about? What happened?
I was talking about the golf course. And then you mentioned the chick who serves the drinks, right? And all
Yeah.
you said was, oh, she looked good. You couldn't spend another 30 seconds, 45 seconds on how fine that lady is. What's wrong with you, brother?
Oh yeah. We need to go back to that point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
was that was insane. Yo, man, I don't know what's going on, man. Oh, he done. Oh man, Divine.
I'm losing it.
Oh
I'm
my
losing
God,
it.
he was like, oh yeah, she looked good too. Look good. I had to come out of the pool, bro. I had to because I was playing on the pool speaker on the Bluetooth. I got out of the pool just to cuss your ass out, brother. That's insane. Devon, what's happening?
My apologies, brother. Matter of fact, let me find her picture. I'm gonna make her picture my.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Right there.
I gotta check her out. She be in a golf cart. She's moving and shaking, flirting, getting extra tips.
Fine
They be
sister
trying.
right there.
Yeah, they be trying to get one.
And let me get on Organica and Sister Deep and others. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Why y'all hang out in DC as black people and don't go to Northeast? I don't even understand. I don't even understand. I had to come out of the water. What the fuck are y'all saying? You are Negroes and you don't. I don't even understand. Y'all only date people. I'm not even in the dating market. Y'all go on dates with blacks who live in Northwest. I'll be honest with y'all. Okay, that's a good answer. She said, I don't date DC men. That's actually a very good answer. All right, that's a good answer. That's actually a good answer. But I'll be honest with you, I don't think y'all are Americans. Y'all say stuff on this app. It's just, oh my God, what's happening? Yeah, it would be Harlem. Spiritus, that would be the DC comparison. Like, it's like, I don't go to Northeast. Now, to be fair, I don't spend the night in Northeast. To be fair.
What's happening?
I don't like to be unconscious for more than 6 hours with that high concentration of working class people around me for my own safety.
This is crazy.
And I'm done speaking.
Shout out to Northeast.
Do they have like a bunch of clubs up there, like
They're clubs. I wouldn't
They're
say
clubs.
it's a bunch.
It's not a
Okay.
It's
but it's
not
more
like
loungy and bars and restaurants stuff.
Okay, I think I went to a big club in like I want to say warehouse area or something.
Oh, that's old school. Oh, you love? You talking about love?
2013.
yeah, that area still they just made it a new club. It's called Culture. And I love it. I go there very often. That's where they have the black house parties.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it was like something like.
Yeah, they made all of those. That area is like clubs again now.
So wait, are we saying Northeast DC is like Harlem? What would we compare here?
Yeah. That's the best.
Oh, okay.
I mean, just in terms of this relationship to the rest of the city, there's a different vibe, but it's like the black. Like if you want to like hang out and stuff, that's where you would go. I mean, there's some spots over in Northwest or whatever. I don't go down to the wharf or whatever they call. I don't do that
You
stuff.
can't really hang out.
Dr. Library.
You said Dr. Library.
Yeah, Dr. Library, she does that. I don't do that.
That's if I. The wharf, it get played out. It's too expensive to do often. Like, and then the parking situation. That parking garage is $30 an hour. So I refuse to do that whole thing. But the wharf is.
And First Lady, if you want 1 second, Divine. Yes, and I got salt and vinegar chips. And what? Yes, I got out of the pool for salt and vinegar chips.
Eat up, sir. Eat up.
Here's an anthropological question for the room.
That's why you're
Has
saying.
anybody? That's true. Has anybody? Although I'm gonna burn it off when I swim these laps. Has anybody here? Actually, I'm not gonna burn it off. Has anybody? I'm just gonna wade in the water. Shout out to my ancestors. Has anybody? Has anybody in here ever seen a white person eat salt and vinegar chips? I bet you haven't.
Right.
I bet you've never seen a white person eat salt and vinegar chips.
They don't know
I
they
never
exist.
looked to check their chips that they were eating on.
They don't do it.
I don't go around and say, okay, let me watch and see if the white people are going to get salt and vinegar. But they have to eat them because I see them people in the gym and the salt and vinegars are always gone. So it can't just be the black people eating them.
Well, Owen May had to defeat her. He said the broke white people do.
I was gonna say,
I mean,
without triggering anybody, I think it's a class dynamic.
yeah, it does feel class-like. I agree.
Do white people eat barbecue chips, or that's just a?
Oh, they
It might be classed.
No, they don't.
They do. It might be classed.
But they're sour
What-
cream and onion. That's
Yeah, they like sour cream and onion,
Mm,
plain.
Yeah, they like that. But you know,
they
you
get the
guys,
cheddar and
you
Carrot.
don't know. The cultures have changed. The whites like salt and vinegar now, so whatever.
They eat
They
cheddar.
like kettle cooked.
They eat cheddar. Oh yeah, they
Exactly. The kettle
they like
cooked
the
salt and
kettle
vinegar. The
jalapenos.
Cape Cod ones. Mm.
like kettle jalapeno and that kettle black pepper. That gotta be them.
Man, black people in y'all community and working class in y'all community, you've never seen a real nigga pull out a bag of kettle cooked chips. You never, ever. You've never seen it. I'm telling y'all what y'all think.
Spinoza said them hard ass chips. They are kind of extra crunchy. Just to cut the roof of your mouth. I do like the ones. And First Lady, you and I shared this thing that we like. The ones that Subway sell in the green bag, the jalapeno joints. Those are crap. Go ahead.
Miss Somebody. Oh no.
If you're Louisiana, it doesn't matter if you're real nigga or not, whatever you want to call it. They definitely
Oh, really?
yeah.
So at a young boy concert, they just pull out Cape Cod, kettle cooked, apple cider vinegar, and chives.
But there's a brand in Louisiana called Zaps that everybody eats.
Oh, okay.
It's like Creole seasoning chips. Imagine.
Yeah. So, I don't know if you ever seen them. They sell them all over the place now.
Yeah, they got them here now.
There's salt and vinegar type tasting chips.
It's like Lowry's and vinegar chip.
What? Don't elaborate.
That's what it is, for real. I'm telling you, you should taste them.
No.
Let me ask DMV. If I was about to ask my DMV Maryland people, when the last time y'all had the Utz crab chip?
I don't eat those
Old
on a
Bay
regular
TV.
basis.
Mhm.
I think that's the white people. Their relationship to Old Bay and crab is different. They really do eat the Old Bay chips like probably all the time. They're salty as fuck. I can't eat them.
They are extra salty. I ate them as a kid. I probably haven't had them since I was 12 years old.
Wait, you grew up in the DMV, Organica?
I did.
Oh shit.
Did you?
We used to take
They
field
call-
trips.
they
I
call
sent you a
him
message,
Hurricane
Ben, by
Junior.
the way. Did you see my
That's
message?
Hurricane.
Yeah, I'm going to respond to it.
Oh, okay. I just want to
Give
make
it
sure you
time.
saw it.
Give it time. Don't rush. That's why you can't get a date now. You keep rushing through things. But listen,
Boy, stop.
we used to take field trips to the Utz factory. Did y'all ever do that in school growing up?
No,
Take field trips to
I
Utz?
missed that one.
Okay.
But the
Wait, in
the crab
DC?
chips, but in Maryland. But the crab chips and the Old Bay chips are different. The crab chips are okay, but the Old Bay chips is just too.
I forget the brands. They were always like little off brands, like Curds or somebody like
Hers, yeah.
Hers.
Yeah. Hers. We had Hers. You grew up on Hers.
Yeah, that Hers chip.
Hers and Utz.
Y'all like Cape Cod over Miss Vicky?
Huh? Can't hear you for real, Barnett.
I say y'all like Cape Cod over Miss Vicky?
I'm not eating Miss Vicky.
I liked Miss Vicky until I bought had the box with the little individual bags, you know?
They sure did.
But they put more jalapeno in than the other flavors. Exactly. And so in my pantry at one point I had 57 bags of Miss Jalapeno chips. So I stopped buying it.
Which one do you like?
I
Barbecue,
like all the other
hopefully.
ones. I like barbecue.
Oh,
I
that
like the salt
barbecue
and vinegar version. I actually like all the other ones. But for some reason, I was just talking about this today. The box is mostly jalapeno. That shit is nasty. You know what I wish they did? Which the Lay's box is doing now? Watch this. The dill pickle chip.
Oh God, you like the dill pickle chip?
Now we're talking about a chip.
Hell no.
Lay's was too salty for me. Lay's was always been too.
Dill pickle
Put it in
chips are the superior chip.
Lay's are good. I like them.
Yeah, lazy guy.
Not the new ones. I don't like their new ones. They're not good.
A day or two ago, stay away, and I didn't know this. Stay away from Pringles. Pringles are not chips. Pringles are not chips, y'all. Google it.
Yeah, I don't like Pringles
are
too
not. There ain't one piece of potato in a Pringle. None. Zip.
No. Lay's probably like 10 years ago, they had a competition for the best new flavors. And I've never had a chip better than that chicken and water chip. I really didn't get that chip again, bro. I be looking for the chips too. Like when I go to different countries or states, I look for the chip because it was like a limited edition and they don't have them nowhere anywhere. But they sell them in Japan for like $80 a bag. That's how good the chip.
What?
Dead ass. Look up the chicken and waffles chip. You're gonna see them on eBay or
Japan?
something.
Japan?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that competition. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is it just me or is Lay's like all the kettle cooked now? They don't sell the regular chips no more.
Yeah,
At my bodega,
No,
they
they
do.
sell. Yeah. They
Yeah,
just
in the
look different.
stores?
The bag looks different.
No, opened the bag and was eating. I was like, wait, this ain't
Then you
original
picked the wrong
greasy ass
one.
leg.
I'm
That's what
eating
I'm
it
saying.
now.
You picked the
I'm
wrong
eating one
one.
now. Hold on. One mic on me. Hold on. One mic on me.
Go ahead, tip it.
I'm eating one now. I'm just like, nah.
It doesn't sound.
I didn't
I
hear you
didn't hear any
swallow. I
crunch.
didn't hear you
What's
swallow.
I ain't
wrong?
hear no crunch
I
either.
didn't hear you
Where's
swallow.
the fucking crunch?
That's what I'm saying. It's not kettle. That's exactly. It's not kettle. That's exactly the point. It's not kettle.
Did you
So,
swallow?
it's the regular Lay's. Huh?
Did you swallow it?
No, I spit it.
Oh my
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you swallow.
Somehow, some way, it goes back to
That lady is crazy. It's her. It's that lady. That lady is crazy. The lady of the first of her name, last of her tribe. That lady is crazy.
Wait,
See,
who?
look, you hear the chip, it got clip, but you don't swallow. I'm just saying, you don't hear it
Oh, I swallowed.
going down. But it's
Oh.
okay. Let's keep it moving.
You better motherfucking swallow that chip.
Who said that?
Organica.
Organica said that. That was hilarious.
Wait, can I share a hazing thing that happened in my fraternity involving chips? So it
Yeah, do your
relates to
thing.
chips. Okay, cool. So they blindfolded the pledges, and they told them that there was a box of glass that they had to walk barefoot on, but it was actually Lay's potato chips.
Yes.
And we wanted them to trust us. So we saw that everybody eventually did it, and they walked on Lay's potato chips instead. It was a little bit of a psychological. It was fucked up, actually.
But did they
Yes,
did
that
they
is
eat
a
the chips
forfeit.
after?
What's that?
Did y'all
We
make
didn't
them
have to
eat the
eat them.
chips?
No, just goldfish, live goldfish.
Nice.
We wanted to see who could break. We wanted to see who could break the record.
Wait, can you get sick from that?
I mean, they did. There was some vomiting.
Oh wow. No, that remind me of school days. They put bananas in the toilet and they blindfolded the pledges. Squeeze it, squish it, squish it, squeeze it. And they
Yeah,
thought they were
that's all.
squeezing.
It's all
They thought
about
they were
trust. It's
squeezing.
only about trust. They would never have you walk on a box of piece of glass, but potato chips, it's fine. And you don't have to eat the live goldfish. It's just, will you break the record? That's the question.
Did you just go back to school days, Devon?
Squeeze it, squeeze it. But the scene, First Lady.
There was a lot of words that came before that. I remember that.
Let me say something about this. It's about trust on this clubhouse space. This one right here. You all know what trust falls are, right? Everybody know what trust fall is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go around and just to the people on stage who I would trust to catch me on a trust fall where I would fall and break my head. Okay. PT, every day, all day, 7 times a week. First Lady.
If you are walking lost in wonder, empty of self and mindful of reality, and suddenly you interrupt this piece to exclaim, how beautiful is this tree, how magnificent this field. You forfeit life, the intrusion of self and the imposing of judgment separates you from reality and snares you in the net of words. Be still and know, embrace it all in silence. Be careful with words. COW gives no milk. MANURE has no stench. LOVE knows no Mistake words for truth. and you exile yourself from reality. Others may follow and drink the poison of your confusion. They will die and truth will be defiled. Hillel and Shammai received the teaching from Shemaiah and Naphtali. Hillel said, "Be disciples of Aaron, loving peace and acting peacefully, loving people and drawing them to reality." Pursuing fame is self-destructive. It distracts us from reality and focuses our energy on ourselves. Those who do not increase knowledge, decrease knowledge. But don't mistake knowledge for talk. One who knows acts knowingly. Fools talk, and their talk too often fools. Those who cease to learn cease to live. Life is learning, attending to reality. Anything less is the sleepwalk of death. Those who misuse knowledge shall not endure, for only reality endures. If you are not attending to reality, where are you?
If I am not for myself, who will be for me? If I am only for myself, what am I?
And if not now, when? Attend to reality diligently. Say little and do much. Receive all people with kindness. Make yourself a sage. Rely upon reality, not authority. Free yourself from crippling self-consciousness. Attend to each moment and act without hesitation. Do not tithe by guesswork. Justice is not a matter of whim. Today, you may feel generous. Tomorrow, you may feel stingy. Give what is just because it is just. I grew up among the sage. All my life I listened to their words. Yet I have found nothing better than silence. Study is not the goal. Doing is, do not mistake talk for action. Pity fills no stomach. Compassion builds no house. Understanding is not yet justice. Whoever multiplies words causes confusion. The truth that can be spoken is not the ultimate truth. Ultimate truth is wordless, the silence within the silence. More than the absence of speech, more than the absence of words. Ultimate truth is the seamless being in place that comes with attending to reality. The world stands upon three things: upon truth, upon peace, upon justice. Speak truth each to the other. Establish peace and render honest judgment in your gates. What is the right path for a person to follow? One that honors both self and other. Be attentive in all you do. Do not judge one deed small and another great, for you cannot always know their significance. Be virtuous, even if virtue is costly. Avoid sin, even if sin is profitable. Remember three things and you will not err. If your deeds shouldn't be known, perhaps they shouldn't be done. If your words shouldn't be shared, perhaps they shouldn't be spoken. Act with attention, for all your deeds have consequence. The world engaged in good work. One forgets selfish desire. Learning without labor is barren.
It does nothing to better the world. Labor without learning is empty. It does nothing to enlighten the world if employed by the community. Labor for the people and not for power. If you carry on the good work of your predecessors, their merit will sustain you, their righteousness will endure through you, and you will be credited with great success.
As if you accomplished the task alone.
Be wary of those in power, for their friendship is often a matter of convenience. They appear as friends when it suits them, but they will not stand by you and I love me. Desire only that which has already been given. Want only that which you already have. As a river empties into the ocean, empty yourself into reality. When you are emptied into reality, you are filled with compassion, desiring justice. When you desire only justice, the will of reality becomes your will. Filled with compassion, there is no self to Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and therefore the sage manages his affairs without a goal and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He reads them but lays no claim to them. He does his work, but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task, but doesn't dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talent, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing or stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he wills the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ado. Practice non-ado, and everything will be in order. The town is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges, it unties all tangles, it harmonizes all lights, it unites the world into an all hidden within the deeps. Yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as strong dogs. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as strong dogs. Between heaven and earth, there seems to be a it is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Better look for it within you. Spirit of heaven and earth, lingering like gossamer, it has only a hint of existence, and yet when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but lays no claim to them. He does his work but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ado. Practice non-ado, and everything will be in order. The Tao is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges. It unties all tangles. It harmonizes all lights. It unites the world into one whole hidden in the deeps. Yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as straw dogs. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as straw dogs between heaven and earth. There seems to be a bellows. It is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Better look for it within you. The spirit of the fountain dies not. It is called the mysterious feminine. The doorway of the mysterious feminine is called the root of heaven and earth. Lingering like gossamer is only a hint of existence. And yet when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Heaven lasts long and earth abides. What is the secret of their durability? Is it not because they do not live for themselves that they can live so long? Therefore, the sage wants to remain behind, but finds himself at the head of others, reckons himself out, but finds himself safe and secure. Is it not because he is selfless that his self is realized? The highest form of goodness is like water. Water knows how to benefit all things without striving with them. It stays in places loathed by all men. Therefore, it comes near the Tao. In choosing your dwelling, know how to keep to the ground. In cultivating your mind, know moment. If you do not strive with others, you will be free from blame. As for holding to fullness, far better word to stop in time. Keep on beating and sharpening a sword, and the edge cannot.
Then you're more obligated or more obliged to be moral or do certain things, and it's just not true. Because if I go out here and rack up 1,000 single mothers, the majority are going to claim that they're Christian, bro. This is just the reality of it. So that's what I'm saying. It's retarded for you guys to keep saying, oh, you need this book and you need this God, and then all of a sudden all your problems are fixed when you guys are the ones sinning the most. And it makes it look even worse because at least with atheists, we don't have a book, we don't have a God, we don't have anything. So that kind of gives us a little more excuse to be out here running wild if that was the case. But you guys actually have something that tells you what to do. And then you guys say you fear God, God-fearing, all this. You don't fear him enough because every day you guys wake up and said, fuck what he wants me to do. I'm going to do what the fuck I want anyways.
Yeah, they all seem to forget that like being a Christian is a matter of will, not just saying or professing.
Right.
You know, it's a lot more than that. But again, like there are a lot of atheists who still operate under a more Christian framework, even more so than self-proclaimed Christians do.
Yep.
Right? And Sig knows this. Sig understands what the Bible teaches when it comes to traditional marriage and the roles of men and women when it comes to it's like, but like you said, most Christians don't really abide by that. In fact, I've come across many so-called Christian conservative women who are no different than left-wing feminists when it comes to these conversations.
Oh, look what just happened today. What was Massachusetts, or was that yesterday? I can't remember. I just read the article. It popped up on my feed. Massachusetts women all gathered around to sign in a law to extend abortion up to birth, and they all clapped and cheered. And then you're sitting there going, and they're like, all Christian women. They go to the church and they're all clapping and shaking, and I'm sitting there going, your dogma doesn't really fucking it just doesn't match. I personally don't think the government should be regulating your body, period. But overall, like, you can't cheer for that. Like, that's just it just strikes me as like weird. And then you had to turn around and have one of your famous libtard fucking feminists sitting there on a fucking show trying to freeze her eggs. Like, oh my god, someone make an omelet out of those. But I mean, fuck. Like, at this point, I don't understand you guys. I really don't. Like, you women are a lot different from when I was a young man in the world. Like, you guys just have flipped shit around.
I was going to say, too, and I'll give you some more evidence. What you're saying, Notorious, is bullshit. I'm an atheist, Free's an atheist. I don't think Vikings, I think Viking's a pagan. He's not an atheist, but he's a pagan. But he doesn't subscribe to Christianity at all. And yet we all preach, for the last 5 years, have been preaching about nuclear families and the benefits and values of a husband and wife together, raising kids and marriage. And Brad was married for umpteen years. I was married for umpteen years. Free is more than happy to find a wife and be married. And so again, you have three non-believers here who are pushing for nuclear families and doing things the traditional way, and two-parent households and raising kids and not having kids out of wedlock. So again, what you're saying, like, it sounds good on the surface, but when you actually break it down, it doesn't make any sense. It's just not true, man.
It sounds like your atheism is just driving you crazy. The point that I'm making is that those things that you just said, you and Free, these values that you've picked up are moral issues for Christians, whether they're doing it or not. So mimicking who?
We're not mimicking anybody. What we're doing is we're seeing that there's evidence that shows when you have two parents raising a child, and you look in Muslim communities and Christian communities, Buddhist communities, it doesn't matter what your God is or what your religion is. When you have two parents in a household raising kids together conducively, it doesn't take a rocket scientist. It doesn't take a fucking God to see that. So again, if you're going to attribute this to your God, it's both. No matter what setting you're in, atheist, non-believing segment, or a believing segment, and pick your God, pick a God, any God, you still see the same results. So we're not mimicking anybody. We're just going off the data that's been presented since the beginning of.
Not only that, it's also natural too. I mean, you see this in other primates, right, and most mammals. So it's usually the parent take care of their children for survival. It's just innate in our nature for the most part. So it's not like something that has to be taught. And the to be fair, most religions are essentially men teaching philosophy, basically. I mean, they cover it up with the authority aspect of a god character, but it's basically men throughout all of history just implementing the ideas of philosophy, the way they see the world, and the way they think the world should operate. Some of those things we agree with, some of those things we don't agree with. And we're not necessarily picking and choosing from the Bible, but what we do in general, we pick and choose philosophy that typically align with what we want to see the world to be, which is perfectly fine. I don't need the Bible for that, but for the fact that I was raised up with the Bible, I can agree with some of the things, and then some of the things in the Quran and other philosophies. So it's not necessarily mimicking anything. It's just that you, like I, like the rest of us, we're picking and choosing the way we see the world because we have a particular view or a recipe of what we think will make the better environment for everybody. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, bro. My kids were never, this is the anecdotal, but my kids were never raised in the church. The conversation I had about religion with my kids, hey, that's your personal journey. You figure it out, when the time comes. I'm not going to sway you to go any direction either way. And my kids are perfectly fine, not in trouble, hardworking, productive young men, bro. And they've never read a Bible, never been to church, never. They don't even, they don't even know the deep dives of Christianity or any other religion. They just wake up, use common sense, do what's right, observe the world around them and say, hey, when people do this, bad things happen. When people do this, good things happen. So I'm going to stick with doing the good things because I see better results come from them. So again, man, it's a farce, man. Sorry you guys fell for it, but it's just not true.
To the bear topic, who brought that up? The bear or the white man, black man, basically, man, I guess.
Retarded ass Beamer. She'd rather gravitate towards a bear than a white man in the woods.
Oh Jesus!
Because the white man so evil is gonna hurt her. And Winnie the Pooh's just gonna take her in with open arms and have deep discussions about her begonias.
Right. Did you hear about the story with a white woman? I think last year shoo off the bear. That was like she was camping out or whatever from a hike. She shoot him off the first time, and the second time he came back, like the bear kicked in, like, oh, wait a second, what the fuck? So he came back straight and killed her. And there's tons of stories like that too. So listen, those types of things that this white guy came up with, the one who did the shit about a year or so ago, with this, it's just stupid shit to kind of drive more division between us. Just dumb shit. Statistically speaking, humans kill bears. Statistically speaking, humans kill humans more than any fucking thing. That's dumb. Hey, if you were stranded out in the middle of the ocean, would you rather come across another person that's just stranded with
a
you?
white male in a boat or a whale? Which one are you going to take?
Right. Yeah, like statistically speaking, clearly you want to be with another fucking human because the other thing is not going to help you. Now, there's stories of people being helped by actual whales, but not by sharks. So any other fucking animal in the world, you want to come by another human, and then second to that, probably another member, whether it's dolphins and whales, etc. Because statistically speaking, they don't fuck with us. But the bottom line is, it's just dumb reasoning to try to bring up an obvious non-point. Because if we lived around bears, and I know you do, Viking, if most of us live around bears, we probably have more interaction with bears that would likely be fatal. Okay, and especially with grizzlies, black bears, you probably fight them off. Grizzly getting fucked up. So it's just dumb shit. Hey, would you rather be by a bunch of hillbilly rednecks or a pack of wolves? I'm black. I think I'll take my chance with the fucking hillbillies. The wolves might just eat me at some point, or I'll grow up not fucking speaking English and take it, just roll around in my own shit. Like, just stupid fucking logic. Yeah, it's not great, but it's still a better option. So, last thing I'll say on this. I'm the type of person that I do go hiking routinely. On these hiking trips, I come across groups of men, groups of women, individuals all the time. All these women are walking past all these men, even in groups like me, because I typically go solo, and we don't bother each other, because most of us are not fucking psychopaths. So statistically speaking, out of all the times these individual women encounter all these men, whether collectively or individually, there is no bad interactions. So statistically speaking, you're clearly safer around men than any other fucking creature. Well, but you're gonna use some Go ahead.
Yeah, free. It reminds me of the Jim Bro Ho videos that you see online. You know how like when you go to the gym and you always have one of these fucking girls setting up their fucking cell phone, trying to pump it up on weights, and then you're like you're kind of like they're in your fucking view and they're like, "Oh, you're watching me," and it's like I have nowhere else to fucking look, and plus you got this fucking ridiculous outfit on that has half your ass hanging out. Of course I'm gonna fucking look. Like, if you didn't want to go to a women's gym or stay fucking home or wear fucking sweatpants, like, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. And then you're doing a stupid TikTok dance on a machine that I'm waiting for, and you think somehow or another I need to do it, which is why I hate fucking gyms, is because, A, I thought the guys that pose in the mirror and fucking spend 30 minutes doing that, taking videos, was fucking lame as fuck. Like, you can't imagine what I think when I see some fucking girl sitting there trying to pull her fucking yoga bra down over her fucking nipples and try to go, oh, look at these guys are staring at me. Yes, because you're flashing us, because we're looking at you as if you're stuck on stupid. And the same thing hiking. Like, the number one thing I told everybody, free, I hike a lot. The one thing we ask when we pass by people, if we see you're struggling, do you have water? Like, do you have enough water? Especially if I'm going out and you're going in, because I'll give you what water I have if I'm leaving the area. I'll make sure that you do, because I've seen and ran into people like that. Or I say hi and move on. But nobody fucking, I've never encountered absolutely any of this shit. In fact, generally, the women come up to the men while we're hiking. Like, we were out in the woods, we don't want to fucking talk to you, and you still find a way to try to intrude on our solitude.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it. That's one of the elephants in the room, so to speak, is that the human can help you. If you come across, if you're stranded because of premise, if you're lost in the woods or whatever, yeah, the human will help you. Even if it's a shitty human, you still have a better chance of survival because you could probably kick the human's ass. Even if it's a man, you probably can kick him in the nuts. You got a lot of vulnerable spots, carry a weapon, etc. But the logic of the matter is that you're trying to increase your chance of survival. But these hypotheticals are only meant to just point out the disdain they have for men, essentially. That's what it is. That's the whole goal. Like, well, man, do all this stupid shit. Like, yeah, bitch. All right, try go walk in an area where bears are known to be and see how that fucking turns out.
She lived in bear country. She lived in bear country, which, yes, there's bears in her state, but you live in a fucking suburb. You're not in bear fucking country. You live in a town.
Right.
It's not bear country. Like, yes, bears may walk through your neighborhood from time to time. Like, fuck. Just the other day, I walked past an outcropping, and up above on the shelf there, tucked away, was nothing more than a mountain lion. And I'm like, oh, fuck, please don't jump down, please, because this is going to be a really bad fucking day. And you take your pack off, you loosen that hip belt, and you're like, all right, what do I have on me? I'm not using mace because this is going to be real close. Let me grab that knife out and let's see, because I know I'm probably going to get one shot off and drop it and have to fight with my hand. So, like, I can't stand fucking idiots out in the wild. I just can't. Like, as somebody who's out there so much, these fucking people aren't out there.
Oh, speaking of, just last week, a woman was eaten and killed by a mountain lion. Yeah, they had to fucking put it down, and they had to put down another one that was nearby, which they wasn't sure if that was actually, while they was looking for her remains, there was another one stalking the guys that was looking for her remains. They was following them, so they had to put that fucker down. So 2 lions died because of this fucking woman. And unfortunately, the body cam would have had to tell the parents, that their daughter wasn't coming over because that was her next stop, supposedly. It's just shit like that. It's like, you're not safe by yourself in general in the woods amongst animals, definitely around men for the most part, but not animals. And when you are by yourselves, you get fucked up. Y'all can look online right now, see cameras footages of men in the woods with their fucking GoPros, and a mountain lion is stalking them, a bear is stalking them, all types of shit. And there have been cases where women survive too, where the bears are stalking them, whatever. But a lot of times, that shit ain't fucking, like, the reason why we can walk outside in most of our areas and just go to the store or go for a walk without worrying about getting attacked by a pack of wolves or coyotes or any fucking thing, because we created an environment to where these creatures can't be amongst us and pose us threats routinely. And that's mostly men. So all the things all the disdain they have towards men, they have to also in the same breath give us praise, because the safety and comfort they have is due to men creating an environment to where they don't have to worry about those threats routinely. So yeah, shit is annoying.
That's women, bro. Female logic, man. You gotta love.
Like I said, I tell you all the time, I don't even like talking about this type of shit because it gets redundant and stupid. It's like the obvious, but this whole victim thing, like, oh, woe is me and fighting against the oppressor, punching up bullshit, it provokes us to defend ourselves by just, jogging in memory, like, hey, you know why you're here, right? You know why you have these freedoms and these privileges in life? Yeah. But 100 years ago, you wouldn't be able to do none of this shit. You couldn't just sit on TikTok all day or talk shit about eating everybody. You can just put on makeup because half the shit that you use didn't exist. Like, you're fucking privileged to be alive at this point in time in all of human history. Enjoy it. Stop bitching. Like, find something productive to do. Stop talking shit all the time.
Bro, just the fact they don't have to worry about men from other societies raping them and dragging them off to procreate to make their fucking lineage bigger, bro. That was a frequent thing, way back in the day, bro. Just the fact you don't have to fucking worry about that shit, man. It's just crazy. Yeah, fucking crazy, man. I wish time machines were a thing, man, so we could send some of these women back so they can realize how good they fucking have it now, bro. I mean, shit, even today you go out in the fucking. Yeah, go out in the fucking Congo and shit, man. What's the Houthis and what's the two tribes warring out there in Rwanda? Yeah, you understand how many women get dragged out of their fucking huts and villages and shit by the opposing side and fucking raped, bro, and murdered and shit.
Dude, when we went for that, the fucking RUF revolution in Sierra Leone, like that shit was fucking insane. Seeing the bodies stocked up on the fucking piers, women's like fucking decaying corpses with their breasts fucking cut off and fucking their vaginas hacked open, kids like split, like just like I think a lot of people just don't understand how the world really works and what's going on and saying like, oh, one race, I'm absolutely 100%. Like, no. And like I said, most of us people that like have to volunteer to come save you out in the wilderness or come out during a flood or do swift water rescues, etc., down the list, most of us that do that are volunteering on our own time out of our own fucking pocket. Like, I have 6 packs here ready to go, depending on the scenario that exists. Although I could get rid of 2 of these because these are for cold weather. But these packs are set up so that I can just grab one and go based on the environment and the current conditions that I'm going to be going into, and going ahead and trying to go track you down in the wilderness, cut and sign, and doing all of that is a pain in the ass. And you're going to sit there and say, you know what? I don't want your help. I'll trust the bear. Well, go pet the fluffy cow. Go have fun. Go do that shit because I can promise you, it ain't going to end well. And for the bear attacks, most of them do run away. Yeah, if you make enough noise and do that stuff. But you surprise a bear, and the question was asked, you're face to face with a bear or a white man. Which one would you choose? Face to face, I'm sorry, I take the white man. I still don't get it. I would take fucking Marilyn Manson over the fucking bear. At least I know I got a shot against Marilyn Manson, not a fucking bear. I don't think I can stack that shit. Damn, that's fucking weird.
And since you are putting fear as your role model, you are facing more love with this attitude. Am I right? Love is your enemy. Am I right?
Gotta translate.
Please. Cotton out your mouth, bro.
Whatever. That's what I go with. Yeah.
You're right.
Is Mullah your enemy?
Yeah, that's how you sound, Peter. Seriously, not trying to like blast you, bro, but you gotta learn how to articulate a little bit better, bro.
Okay, let me articulate. Is Mullah your enemy, Viking?
Is who your enemy? What'd you say?
Mullah,
Your mooly hole.
Mullah, Islamic regime.
Are they my enemy? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Today? Like now? No. I mean, I don't fucking know. What is today? Tuesday? Like, maybe. Like,
only on Thursdays. Only on Thursday.
From that view, they can be described as your enemy, and you say that if somebody is the enemy of a beer, they don't stand a chance. So I was articulating for myself that Mullah is done, based on what he said.
I thought he was talking about beer, but I think he's saying bear now.
Would you rather take a beer or a beer, Holly?
I'll take a beer. In fact, I've got one right now.
Fucking A, I'm drinking Guinness right now. I mean, I've worked from home today. I've been.
I'm drinking a shitty Coors Light.
See, there you go. Fucking women choices. That's like a fucking horse pissed in a can and said, "Here, it's Rocky Mountain Fresh."
Yeah, Coors Light is like drinking fucking tap water, bro.
I don't know why I have this. I don't know where it came from.
So you confess to yourself that Mullah is going to be done if you can't do your task.
No, I confess this, Peter. I will make fucking more sins. In fact, I'm going to try to break the record. I want Geneva Conventions to be renamed the Viking Brad Conventions, where they're like, well, listen, there are levels to this shit, and before we go to the Viking level, we want to make sure we have rules engaged on here. So yes, I'm going to reach that status one day.
I hope that we reach that status together and stand on the Mullah's grave. I want to dance.
Hey, Sig, I got a crazy question for you.
I prepared
We're up in
crazy
another
music
room,
for
and I
that
just wondering
moment.
I just wonder what you think about this. The question came up in another room. If you were to go out on a boat and come across an island that had no civilization in it, and the island was populated by women, would they be wearing clothes?
Not by the time I got done conquering the island.
That's the best response.
Let's go.
You getting raped and you they raping everybody up in here.
Right. You get some penis. You get some penis. Everybody gets some penis.
So you think the women would have made themselves clothes? Do you believe that?
I don't know. I don't think they'd
I don't
have
think
the.
so.
Yeah, I don't think they'd have the wherewithal to do it.
Only if they get their nipples burnt in the sunshine.
I mean, look, we had the infamous men versus women on the Bear Grylls Island, and we saw women couldn't even do shit. They couldn't even take care of the bare bone basics of survival, bro. They contaminated their own water. The two little piglets that were supposed to be their source of food, they ended up turning into pets and shit. You know, it's
Wait, is that the one where they drank like shit out of their water when they contaminated it because they are like what's not covered is where they went to the like bathroom and shit, and it was like wet water source.
They took a shit in a bathroom in their water canisters because I guess they didn't want something about contaminating something or whatever. So they thought it'd be a good idea to put their feces in their water supply container. So the actual off-camera crew had to come in and like clean it out and shit and sanitize it for them because they would have fucking dehydrated to death.
Do not drink brown water.
Don't tell the women that they didn't get the memo, Joe B.
So the bigger question was, do women dress for men? That's what kind of brought that question to fruition. Does the average woman dress for a man?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
I don't know. That's a tough one. Because when I get dressed, like I like to feel like, feeling pretty makes me just feel like awake and alive and like ready for the day, like confidence. But I don't really think of like, are the guys gonna think I look hot? I don't really think about that.
Well, subconsciously, that's why you're doing it, Holly. That's why you're getting dolled up because even though you're married, like you have a family and everything like that, but biologically and subconsciously and evolutionarily, that's why you guys get dolled up because your beauty is the number one attraction trigger to gain a man. That's how you get men knocking on your door. So that way you can pick the best one that's going to take care of you.
So you mean we want to rack up penis?
Yes, that's one of your guys.
Do it in the wild, Frank, you hike. Look, like I will tell you this, like the amount of dumb shit clothing I see women wear. Like I'll go out there and I have like Silver Ridge pants or Fall Raven fucking pants that are there, and I'll have the wool socks tucked in on the outside with my pants tucked in because I don't like fucking ticks. You guys go out there in yoga shorts that are like giving you the utmost wedgie with a whale tail sticking out of it, and this like little strip out there, and then you're swatting all these bugs, and I'm looking at you as you're trying to like walk by with your like little Powerade and hip walk on your hookahs, and you're sitting there and all of your legs are covered with ticks, and I can see that sitting in there, and I'm like, yep, you're a Lyme disease death waiting to happen. And I just keep it walking. And what's really fantastic is when you guys do it in the fall and the temperature drops below like 40 degrees at night, and you guys are sitting there shivering because you didn't bring base layers or any additional layers, and you're freezing to death, and then you got to go out there and grab you by your fucking blonde hair and fucking try to find and pull you out of some fucking rock crevice or tree root that you tried to crawl into instead of staying put when you got lost. And go ahead and save you some fashion. Like, like go look at the women's outfits. Go out into the wilderness, go on a trail, and go watch what women wear, and you're just like, yeah, this is why men are explorers.
Well, think about the things you guys prioritize when you dress. Makeup, right? Your whole MO to dressing is to make yourself look younger. Why do you make yourself younger? It's because younger is attractive to men. So like I said, this is ingrained in your guys' DNA. You guys do a lot of shit you don't even realize why, the evolutionary factor and the mating strategy factor that's behind it. So, push-up bras, you make your breasts look more robust. Why? Because historically, when men see women with bigger supple breasts, that's a biological indicator that, hey, she's got enough food supply to keep my offspring young. Like she can develop milk very well, right? And that's going to be better for keeping my children alive, for them to breastfeed. The wide hips, men go for wider hips. This is why you guys wear things that slim your waist down, and you guys wear certain stripe patterns and stuff to give the effect that you have a thinner waist with wider hips, because we understand the wider hips a woman has, she's got a better probability of successfully bearing children, right? That aren't going to die or having birth complications, shit like that. Your high heels. Reason why you guys like to wear heels is because it makes you look taller. So if you look taller, then you're going to be able to attract a man that's taller than what you really are. And a taller man is conducive to being more successful surviving out in the world. So if you add an extra 3 inches to your fucking height, okay, boom, instead of only qualifying for a man that's, 5'10", you add an extra 3 inches to your height. Now you can get a guy that's 6 foot, 6'1", right? Because you're going to be looking like you're towering over the shorter guys. So it's all mating strategy, man. It's all evolutionary mating strategy.
I don't know. I mean, sometimes I purposefully do the opposite of what you just said. And then sometimes I wear things that I know, I'm like, I look good. Like, I'm like really in fashion. And then my husband's like, what are you wearing? Like, what is that? And I'm like, you don't know fashion. Oh, yes, he does. And I'm just like, you don't know. And I don't care. I'm still wearing it.
Yeah, but that feeling of joy and that feeling of I'm pretty, I'm looking good, like that euphoria you get when you do dress yourself up, you get that because it's like, okay, I know I look good, therefore my odds of attracting men are higher, right? So that's, again, that euphoria you get, even though you're married, you're not trying to attract outside men, whatever, you're doing it because, quote unquote, it makes you feel better. Well, that euphoria you get is your inner biological working saying, hey, I've got a better chance of attracting men at this point when I'm dressed like.
It's an interesting theory. You could be right, but I also wonder.
Right. It's 100% right.
But it's theoretical, like, because you could also say, I could sit here and say, well, it's an evolutionary thing that women want to compete with other women, and you're going to say for the men. But what if it's just we like the high we feel that when we look better than the other woman in the room, or
yeah, because your chances are higher of gaining a man.
Even the women.
Yeah,
you're doing it for attention first and foremost. So you get your gratification there. But then secondly, when it depends on the environment. If I'm taking you out to dinner, absolutely. A ballroom, yes, absolutely. We're going to a ballet, an opera, or a play, yes, absolutely, 100%. We'll get the limo and everything. However, if I'm taking you into the mountains, that is not the time to sit there and worry about the 20 pounds of makeup and shit like this. Because the last thing, first, somehow or another you convinced me to take you into the field, which is really difficult to do because I find it annoying to take women with me. Secondly, you are now going to slow me down or cause issues because you're worried about your looks, and I have to now worry about your survival along with mine while maintaining absolutely everything out there because we are literally in the wild, and the closest help we'll probably get is maybe 4 to 5 hours away, and that's by air. So I mean, I don't know. I just wish women would like really pay attention and stop trying to be cute all the time because, like, frankly, sometimes we just like you plain. Like, I really do. Sometimes just that natural beauty kicks in. Little sweat on the forehead ain't gonna kill you. They don't care if you're huffing and puffing. You're trying. I'll concede that. But if you're doing it because you're like, oh, look at my ass, look at my tits, look at my face, look at how my makeup is so perfect. Hold on a moment. Let me make sure I touch all this up behind a tree. I don't know. I just find it annoying.
Well, that's a certain type of girl. You know, there's a lot of us, myself included, we know how to conduct ourselves when it comes to camping and adventure activities. We're not putting on I don't even wear makeup when I do that type of thing. You would have loved me this weekend. I was looking like shit all weekend camping. So you would have loved it.
No, we ain't saying we want y'all looking like shit. Now, come on.
I mean,
we don't mind a little pain, but we don't want you looking like shit, Holly. Come on. Don't take that.
After your third or fourth day where you've had to clean yourself up in is either creek water, maybe a couple of bar soap if you brought it down, or a couple of slivers in a Tic Tac case that you've used that just kind of pummel it out of your hand. I mean, you're kind of like, you're going to smell like ass too. Like, I'm not really.
I did brush my teeth. I did brush my teeth.
I mean, I'm not asking you to sit there and swallow the long pole because I'm sure as hell not going to go muff diving between your legs after 4 days in 100-degree weather hiking it up. I'm not looking to see
Oh my god. My father-in-law's next to me listening to this.
He's probably agreeing with me. I mean, I'm just saying, like, we go out in the woods and the women come. It's like,
he said,
for the first time.
He just said to tell you you're his kind of guy.
Yeah, but
him and I tell him the next time he comes to Houston, he'll have a bottle of bourbon waiting with his name on it.
Yeah, he's actually from, what town are you from again? Lufkin? Lufkin, Texas, yeah. He's deep south Texas. If you listen to him, he goes, he talks like this.
That's where my family's from, Lufkin, Texas.
Oh, is that right? Oh my gosh, yeah. That's where my husband's family is all originated from, but they moved to North Georgia when my husband was little.
Right,
yeah, Joe.
Nacogdoches.
Yeah, but I mean, like, who gives a shit? Like, Holly, like, I mean, at some point after what, day 2, maybe the morning of day 3 is about the extent you can go. After eating all that fucking trail food, the first thing you're going to do is spend the hour and a half behind a tree fucking grunting and sounding like a stuck pig trying to dig your cat hole while your fucking bowels explode because you're still not used to it. Like, trust me, women, we are not wanting to, like, you know, necessarily just get like freaky with it out there. Maybe if we found a lake and cleaned up a little bit, or a cold stream, yeah, then it kind of gets like, you know, we're alone in the wilderness. We could do it on this rock right here and nobody will see us. But I mean, really, nah, man. We're not really looking at you by day 2 with you all sweating and hiking on that trail.
It's best to take us.
Ain't no joke, Brad. Them field rashes will blow your ass up, bro.
We were out because I love pheromones.
That field exercise training, bro. Yo, we were shit. Like, literally, you squat down, pull your drawers down, squat down, and take a shit. And it's coming out liquid like you're pissing, bro. It's disgusting. And then you get a chafed asshole, man, because you ain't showered in 4 fucking days. It's
your hair's like all sticking to it. You're trying to keep those fucking those little white things on it. You're like, oh, this fucking sucks. And then some guy's like, oh, look, I got the $6 bidet top on the water bottle. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna squirt down my asshole with the fucking only fresh water we have.
Hey.
Like, yeah, I want to do that shit too and waste my water, so I have to go clean other water.
For some guys, that's a kink.
It's best to take us somewhere where there's at least a bathroom. I've done plenty of, you know, off what do you call it, back what do you call it when you backpack, I guess, roughing it, but it's not ideal. It's not enjoy taking a dump in the woods. That is not enjoyable to me. But I've done it. I've sucked it up and done it many times.
Well, there's I'll tell you what, man, when we were in Iraq, There were times we couldn't shower because the like a water tank in our compound, and the water trucks would come fill it up, and then we would get gravity fed showers and shit, right? So sometimes those water trucks would get blown up en route, or stopped or seized, whatever, and we couldn't get our water delivery on time. And you're talking baby wipes and like using bottles of water to try to clean yourself. Let me tell you that to smell fish in Iraq in 130-degree weather with some of you women, oh my god, it is like the fish smell starts coming out, man. It's disgusting.
Yeah, the guy in the chat said not showering for 3 days is.
Oh,
I don't
dude,
know
shit.
what this word
Try
is
it.
he's saying.
Try it
It's
for
not a
like a
big deal.
fucking 10 days straight, like where all you're doing is just taking fucking water on a fucking handkerchief or like a bandana and just wiping yourself down. And that's
It's
it.
not a
And then
big
you're
deal.
carrying fucking quartered up fucking elk with you out of the mountains. Like,
Yeah, but I was just gonna say this guy. I mean, he probably isn't an outdoorsy guy, but it's really not a big deal. Especially, I mean, unless you're like in the desert, but wherever I've camped, you just go swimming. You go in the river, you splash yourself, you go for a swim. It's not a big deal. You can even bring like they make so many cool things for camping. And go to REI, you see like portable shower. Like you can see some fancy stuff to even still like.
yeah, but you got to carry that shit in, and nobody wants to carry over 30 or 40 pounds in a bag.
Right. You gotta pick what's important.
Yeah, you're carrying everything light, and all these guys that bring in like the showers, like, yeah, okay. I mean, I could cut a trash bag, hang it in a tree, fill it with like fucking water from the stream, and go ahead and wash. But I mean, I don't need a shower that bad. I can just dunk under the water, fucking keep it moving, and go ahead.
It does the trick. It refreshes you enough. I just have to brush my teeth. That's the number one. I mean, that's easy to bring. It's easy to brush your teeth. That's the only thing I can.
Oh, I'll tell you what. I did find out though. I didn't know this. My buddy Marion sent me this. He's an outdoors, and this dipshit sent me these like really tiny packaged fucking paper towels. They're like big. What do they call it? Like what did you say earlier? Those moist towelette thingies, right?
The wet wipes.
But they're in like they look like a fucking pill. They look like an acid tablet, and you just pour water on them, and then they balloon out. Oh, man, I'll tell you what, these are great, and they take up no space. They don't weigh a lot. You're like, oh, finally. And they get a metal container to keep them dry, or a plastic one, whichever one you want, and fucking just leave it on the bag. You can fit like 15 of these things in there, and I'm like, this is fucking amazing. Thank you for the inventions of technology. Whatever black person invented that thing, I'm going to give you a hats off because I know.
Gotta be a black guy invented it.
Yeah,
as we learned earlier that they are such avid outdoorsmen.
That's right. Yeah. We invented that shit in ancient Egypt and ancient Sumeria. Right.
Yeah, some white guy probably stole that one though.
Yeah. So Brad, you can thank us. You white people can Holly thank us for giving you the ability to wash your ass in the woods.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Tig.
Why do black people?
You're welcome.
How come so many black people on here talk about like how we taught you how to clean your ass? What's that about? What is that about?
I've asked this before and I've gotten like 100 different responses. Somehow or another, they think Northern Europeans didn't wash. But here's the actual true construct. First off, most African tribes, particularly sub-Saharan, they didn't go near water sources. Why? Because water sources meant death. Like there was a whole lot of fucking big ass animals out there that wanted to kill you, including bugs. So you had everything from fucking malaria, tsetse flies, all these things. You had 100 snakes. You had these things called these like hippos. Those hippos would kill you, alligators, and then you had every predator from fucking hundreds of miles around coming in to fucking drink from these like limited water holes. So you guys didn't really bathe that way. You also didn't dig irrigation things. Were you clean? Yes, just like any other. You adapted to the own. You used sand. You used various mud and clay ingredients to help care for your skin, protect you from the elements, use as bug repellent, all these things. The same thing happened in Europe. Like Vikings were desired because they were big, they were clean, they used berries, they washed, they bathed daily. Like that was one of their things, is that they were actually hygienic before encountering anybody from fucking Africa. The same thing with a lot of tribes in China, Indians, somewhat. I mean, Native Americans and various tribes did different things. It's just dependent on the region of the country. So this idea that they had to show everybody how to take a shower is just absurd. And it's just one of these things that I think up there with a doorknob.
There's way more black supremacists on here than there are white supremacists.
Not today. I was the conquering white ape.
Exactly.
Yeah, there are more black supremacists on this app than white people, period.
You know that you.
Period.
Yeah,
I mean, some of
hate white people. It's sad.
Yeah.
But, this is coming from being raised by a bunch of angry black women who are struggling, and they're they point the finger at white supremacy and shit. So this is being taught to our kids, that hey, white people they hate you, they're out to get you, they're out to keep you down, and so it develops a nasty chip on our shoulder towards whites.
All right, dumbass white teachers. Old farts.
Oh yeah. Beamers, it's your Beamers that are teaching this shit too, man. Yeah, or not teaching it, but perpetuating it, keeping it going. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some of the shit that you hear on here, every time I hear it, I'm like, imagine if I said that to you. Like, I would never say that shit. Like, the things that they say, I'm like, I don't know any white person that would ever say anything even close to how nasty it is that you just said about us.
Oh, Pepe would.
But
Not
Pepe,
even Pepe. Not even Pepe,
Yeah.
dude.
whatever.
I literally heard a guy say yesterday on here that black men should rape women that look like Holly.
Damn. Wow.
Just go out and find a woman that looks like Holly and rape her.
Oh, I get
That's
that
all.
all the time. Yeah.
Well, you should have that conversation with
Everyone
Bima
say no
because
shit like
she
that.
believes she believes that never would happen.
Yeah, Bima doesn't listen to us.
No shit, Joe.
Doesn't listen to black men who came on the app and
I
said,
know.
yeah, you're wrong.
Specifically wanted to target you. He specifically wanted to target, for example, make you a skirt.
She can't do that. The only thing she could ever fucking do to me is probably sit on me. But I mean, even then, that's not gonna work.
Pocket said something wild once. I'll never forget it. She said, I feel safer living in the hood than I do in the suburbs.
That I could see.
Yeah, there's some truth to that because and that's the same thing with light skinned people. Like, there's this thing: the lighter your skin is in the black community, like the more of a pass and more pedestalized you get. That's why light skinned people, they if you ask them about their life living around black people, it's going to be different than someone who's a dark skinned person or whatever. But yeah, white girls tend to get pedestalized in the black community.
Those black girls will beat her the fuck up.
That's what I'm saying.
Until she puts on the lashes and the braids and pops out a couple bastard kids, and she's accepted as one of them. Then they'll take her on.
Yeah. Once she becomes a degenerate, but she has to come in with it. She has to get a starter kit, a degenerate starter kit. She'll be fine.
Oh, so I got to tell you this joke Gerard told me. What's the difference between black women of yesteryear and black women today?
The difference between black women yesterday and the black women today. A husband?
Nope. The lashes.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, that's dark, bro. That's a
Oh
good
my gosh. Okay, I've got one. What do you tell a black man in a suit?
Hello?
You're guilty. Guilty.
Close. Please run.
Oh yeah.
You were.
Be preserved.
If you are walking lost in wonder, empty of self, and mindful of reality, and so interrupt this piece to exclaim, how beautiful is this tree, how magnificent this field. You forfeit life. The intrusion of self and the imposing of judgment separates you from reality and snares you in the net of words. Be still and know. Embrace it all in silence. Be careful with words. C-O-W gives no milk. M-A-N-U-R-E has no stench. L-O-V, no passion mistake words for truth, and you exile yourself from reality. Others may follow and drink the poison of your confusion. They will die and truth will be defiled. Hillel and Shammai received the teaching from Shemaiah and Avtalion. Hillel said, be disciples of Aaron, loving peace and acting peacefully, loving people and drawing them to reality. Pursuing fame is self-destructive. It distracts us from reality and focuses our energy on ourselves. Those who do not increase knowledge, decrease knowledge. But don't mistake knowledge for talk. One who knows acts knowingly, fools talk, and they're too often fools. Those who cease to learn, cease to live. Life is learning, attending to reality. Anything less is the sleepwalk of death. Those who misuse knowledge shall not endure, for only reality endures. If you are not attending to reality, where are you? If I am only for myself, who will be for me? If I am only for myself, what am I? And if not now, when? Attend to reality diligently, say little and do much, receive all people with kindness, make yourself a sage, rely upon reality, not authority, free yourself from crippling self-consciousness, attend to each moment and act without hesitation. Do not tithe by guesswork. Justice is not a matter of whim. Today you may feel generous. Tomorrow you may feel stingy. Give what is just because it is just. I grew up among the sages. All my life I listened to their words. Yet I have found nothing better than silence. Study is not the goal, doing is do not mistake talk for action. Pity fills no stomach, compassion builds no house, understanding is not yet justice. Whoever multiplies words causes confusion. The truth that can be spoken is not the ultimate truth. Ultimate truth is wordless. The silence within the silence. More than the absence of speech, more than the absence of words, ultimate truth is the seamless being in place that comes with attending to reality. The world stands upon three things: upon truth, upon peace, upon justice. Speak truth each to the other, establish peace, and render honest judgment in your gates. What is the right path for a person to follow? One that honors both self and other. Be attentive in all you do. Do not judge one deed small and another great, for you cannot always know their significance. Be virtuous, even if virtue is costly. Avoid sin, even if sin is profitable. Remember three things and you will not fail. If your deeds shouldn't be known, perhaps they shouldn't be done. If your words shouldn't be shared, perhaps they shouldn't be spoken. Act with attention, for all your deeds have consequence. Engrossed in study be engaged in good work. One forgets selfish desire. Learning without labor is barren. It does nothing to better the world. Labor without learning is empty. It does nothing to lighten the world. If employed by the community, labor for the people and not for power. If you carry on the good work of your predecessors, their merit will sustain you. Their righteousness will endure through you. And you will be credited with great success, as if you had accomplished the task alone. Be wary of those in power, for their friendship is often a matter of convenience. They appear as friends when it suits them, but they will not stand by you in time of need. Desire only that which has already been given. Want only that which you already have. As a river empties into the ocean, empty yourself into reality. When you are empty into reality, you are filled with compassion, desiring only justice. When you desire only justice, the will of reality becomes your will. When you are filled with compassion. Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence.
Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but lays no claim to them. He does his work and sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. And yet it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of by not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry. And how do I tell you, sir? By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any adult practice nor do. And everything will be in order. The tower is like an empty wall, which in being used can never be built up. It seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges. It unties all tangles. It harmonizes all lights the world into one whole hid deeps, yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as straw dogs. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as straw dogs. Between heaven and earth, there seems to be a close. It is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Better look for it within you. Does it matter? Because he is selfless. That his self is realized. The highest form of goodness is like water. Water flows and benefits all things without striving with them. It stays in places loved by all men. Therefore it comes near the top. In choosing your dwelling, know how to keep to the ground. In cultivating your mind, know how to dive in. Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without a dough and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but lays no claim to them. He does his work, but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task, but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ardor. Practice non-ardor, and everything will be in order. The Tao is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges. It unties all tangles. It harmonizes all lights. It unites the world into one whole hidden in the deeps. Yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all forms as star dogs. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as star dogs between heaven and earth. There seems to be a balance. It is empty. mysterious feminine is called the root of heaven and earth. Lingering like gossamer, it is only a hint of existence. And yet, when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Heaven lasts long and ever abides. What is the secret of their durability? Is it not because they do not live for themselves that they can live so long? Therefore the sign soaring behind finds himself at the head of others, wrecking himself out, but finds himself safe and secure. Is it not because he is selfless that his self is realized? The highest form of goodness is like water. Water knows how to benefit all things without striving with them. It stays in places loathed by all men. Therefore, it comes near the town. In choosing your dwelling, know how to keep the ground. In cultivating your mind, know how to dive in the hidden deeps. In dealing with others, know how to be gentle and kind. In speaking, know how to keep your words. In governing, know how to maintain order. In transacting business, know how to be efficient. In making a move, know how to choose the right moment. If you do not strive with others, you will be free from blame.
As for holding the fullness, far better word to stop in time. Keep on beating, sharpening the sword, and the edge cannot be preserved for long. Fill your house with might and tame, and it can no longer be guarded, set store by your riches and honor, and you will only reap a crop of calamities. Here is the way of heaven.
When you have done your work, retire.
Here is no way of heaven.
In keeping the spirit and the vital soul together, are you able to maintain their perfect harmony? In gathering your vital energy to attain suppleness, have you reached the state of a newborn babe? In washing and clearing your inner vision, have you purified it of all dross? In loving your people and governing your state, are you able to dispense with cleverness? Tongue can be talked about, but not the eternal time. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its essence. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching with talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them, but lays no claim came to them. He does his work, but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task, but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. Think not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention by not prizing goods hard to get. You will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing by not displaying what is desirable. You will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge or without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ado. Practice none ado, and everything will be in order. The Tao is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up. Fathomless, it seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges, it unties all angles, is all lights. It tuned into one whole hidden in the deeps. Seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as straw dogs. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as straw dogs between heaven and earth. There seems to be a bellows. It is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Better look for it within you.
The spirit of the long-time masters is warm and mysterious, standing in the doorway of the mysterious. Standing is called the root of heaven and earth. Lingering and gossamer, it has only a hint of existence. And yet when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible.
heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world rises beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and it complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them, but lays no claim to them. He does his work, but sets no store by it. He finishes his task, does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These from the same source, though differently named. And both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth in his nameless, as the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore the sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but lays no claim to them. He does his work but stored by it. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. And yet it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. he will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desire, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambition, softening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ado. Practice none ado, and everything will be in order. The town is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up. Fathomless seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges, it bends all, it is all tangles. It harmonizes all lights, it unites the world into one whole, hidden in the deeps. Yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as straw dogs. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as straw dogs. Between heaven and earth there seems to be a bellows. It is empty and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom a better look for it within you. The spirit of the fountain dies not. It is called the mysterious feminine. The doorway of the mysterious feminine is called the root of heaven and earth. Lingering like gossamer, it has only a hint of existence. And yet, when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Heaven lasts long and earth abides. What is the secret of their durability? Is it not because they do not live for themselves that they can live so long? Therefore the sage wants to remain, but finds himself at the head of others, reckons himself out, finds himself safe and secure. Is because he is selfless that his self is realized. The highest form of goodness is like water. Water knows how to benefit all things without striving within. It stays in place, is loved by all men. Therefore it comes near the town. In choosing your dwelling, how to keep to the ground. In cultivating your mind, know how to dive in the hidden deeps. In dealing with others, know how to be gentle and kind. In speaking, know how to keep your words. In governing, know how to maintain order. In transacting business, know how to be efficient. In making moves, know how to choose the right moment. If you do not strive with others, you will be free. names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as
Cause I'll be proud to be American when we get into the Olympics and shit.
Man, I will say this though.
See, do it rather than private security.
Yeah, but it's also the judicial branch. They were interpreting the law a bit too, right? It's like the whole apparatus.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the Dred Scott was a Supreme Court decision.
And then like the executive branch had to enforce it too. Yeah. I don't know. Like,
but the British did abolish it though, so does that mean to say we get some money?
it just seems like a funky argument because it's like, I don't think people think that Native Americans getting reparations are rational, right? And like no one ran the logistical fucking aids when they gave them those reparations, or no one runs that argument now. So it just pegs me as very
potentially could happen. And to that end, I want to add to another line of thoughts that maybe Trump doesn't have to declare a national security emergency because of the midterms. Of foreign intervention, because like people say, it might get challenged and not pass. But there are other national security emergencies he could declare. For example, the national oil reserve has fallen under 300 million barrel, and depending on what's happening in the Middle East, he could very validly declare a national emergency when it comes to oil reserve and other things. And he could even start rationing oil to different states to fine-tune the voter turnouts as he please. That's just, I don't know how practical that would be, but just open up for some ideas. There are other types of emergency who could declare.
Excuse me, is this Tiger speaking or Stephen Miller? Because those are the kind of suggestions that you would expect from Stephen Miller. Thank you, Tiger. We'll go to William, followed by El Normal.
Hey, Gary, Scott, Marshall, everybody else. Trump may or may not issue an executive order, and he will tease, and he won't likely, if he wins, the elections were great, and if he loses, he's going to say, no, they weren't so hot. But there's other things he can do outside of the executive order that could achieve the same goals of frustrating the elections. And like Trump has this way of broadcasting what he's going to do in advance. So like an example of Trump broadcasting or putting out a message is like before January 6th, he says, yeah, come to the Capitol, It will be wild. It will be wild. And that was broadcast over and over again. And then it was wild, and his followers did come. And ahead of this elections, he's got a lot more aggressive activities going forward than just broadcasting potential intentions to disrupt the system. So, I put this in the post, but during his first term, and he's not been a fan of, well, he's had taken both sides on many issues, but during his first term, he put on this guy, Louis DeJoy, to oversee the mail, and Louis DeJoy went ahead and decommissioned and pulled out a lot of very expensive mail sorting equipment and had it destroyed so that it couldn't even be put back in if someone filed a lawsuit on it because the equipment was just destroyed. Frustrate the people voting by mail, and I have to assume, I think, that this is sort of a related topic to what's going on today, because some things Trump's animuses or things that he likes remain consistent. So I think there's things that he could do that would achieve his goals outside of an executive order. Another thing that really has me concerned is dispatching ICE at the last minute to big cities like the one I live in, and well, it's a medium city, or other medium or big cities around the country, which would have a chilling effect on the vote on Democratic venues, jurisdictions casting their vote. It would achieve, in a way that couldn't quickly be turned around or addressed, voter intimidation, and might dissuade some people. And people have been altered in their activities by the ICE presence in various cities. Sometimes it's made them more defiant, and other times I think there's people that are, less courageous that just don't come out. So there's a lot of things that can be done that would achieve the Trump desired goals without necessarily going through the executive order, and he could do both because he does like to flood the zone, as Steve Bannon has pointed out, and many other people have observed over the last years. That's it.
Steve Bannon. Did I misidentify Steve Bannon a minute ago? So Trump did post those exact words in a tweet on December 19th, 2020. I just fact-checked William. 18 days before the attack on the U.S. Capitol, this is what he put on then what was known as Twitter. Quote, statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election. Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild. I just looked it up. You're absolutely right. By the way, William, today is the 1-year anniversary of another monumental executive order that changed things in big cities across the nation. Today is the 1-year anniversary. Do you know what it is?
I don't.
The deployment of the National Guard to Washington, D.C. Happy anniversary.
That's a cheerful thought, and that's a good example of unilateral things that can be done that are pretty disruptive. Oh, by the way, most people still
Being
call
in
it
DC,
Twitter.
when I was in DC with my little brother, I didn't find that stuff disruptive at all. They didn't get in my way. They didn't inhibit me. They were just extra present. So they literally didn't do anything to me. Like, you could talk to them, but they didn't impede you or anything like that.
I agree with you, Marshall. When the National Guard came out during 2020, and they came out in response to protests and things like in Philadelphia, I went and talked to them, and they were actually cordial and friendly. They had to stand their guard like a soldier at Buckingham Palace. They can't sit there and crack too many smiles. But I talked to them, and I didn't find them threatening at that time. If they were dispatched to the polling places, that would be different, and that would actually violate Pennsylvania law about the presence of law enforcement within, I think, 100 feet of a polling place. And
But the National Guard is not law enforcement.
I understand that, but
here's the thing that I believe that these tactics really are designed to do. They're designed to intimidate. Now, maybe in the case of the National Guard in Washington, D.C., it was designed to intimidate the criminals. Maybe that's what the National Guard is there for. I mean, they use the National Guard occasionally here in New York City at transportation hubs when they may have a threat assessment where they want to have more uniforms at the transportation hubs. Nobody's ever told me, by the way, whether the arms that they carry are loaded or not. That's a closely guarded secret, which makes me think that maybe they're not. But at any rate, it's a case of intimidation. Look, um, let me give you a real life example of ICE today in a community not far from where I live. So if ICE is out rounding up people who they believe are in the country illegally, is that an emergent situation? Not really. It's like if I'm a police officer and I'm on the warrant squad and and my job is to go out and find people for whom there are outstanding warrants. Mainly, uh, FTAs fail to appear warrants. They have squads that go out looking for people like that. Get the arrest numbers up. They're not running around with lights and sirens on. They're not wearing combat type uniforms. They're quietly going into communities, looking for the guy or gal that's wanted. Questions, knocking on doors, burning a lot of shoe leather, finding the people when they can, arresting them. And I'm not saying that there isn't sometimes resistance and the need for aggressive measures at that moment, but that's how law enforcement handles these kinds of situations, generally speaking. I got a report from a credible source that not more than 3 miles from where I am right now, that a dozen ICE vehicles screaming down the highway in a caravan. Why? Why? It's not like they were responding to a terrorist attack. Why do you have to have all these ICE agents come into a community in the manner in which they moved into this community where there are a lot of Spanish-speaking people? And probably a lot of them are citizens, and probably a lot of them are not. And probably a lot of them who are not citizens are people who are not here documented. So legitimate targets of their operations. But why did they have to come into that community in the manner in which they did, announce their presence with such force?
I could think of two reasons.
Well, there's probably one reason, and it's intimidation.
And the other is, and that's the flip side of the same coin, is that it's theater, that it's putting on a performance for others not related to a legitimate law enforcement purpose, but just to
the manner in which they do it is atypical to how law enforcement would do that.
I'm not talking about I am talking about the manner, not the legitimacy. I'm talking about the fact putting on the lights and sirens, acting as if it's an emergency when it's not, is also theater. Part of all the heavy-duty uniforms and tactical gear and vests for going out and getting, mostly what are supposed to be, people that are, just regular immigrants that, for policy reasons, are no longer wanted in this country. You don't need to go in armed to the hilt, but a lot of that is theater to send a message to intimidate. And I can't tell you exactly what the purpose of that theater is, but I've got theory.
So here's the thing, and I know I am allowing us to get off topic, and I apologize to myself as the moderator for doing so, but it's kind of hand in glove thing, and that is they're violating state law by doing that. State law says you can pay your lights and sirens unless there's an actual emergency. You're not supposed to be violating traffic laws of which you are indemnified for following as a law enforcement officer unless there is a legitimate reason to do so, i.e. an emergency. But they all claim that, well, that's the law, Steve. That's the law. But they will claim that because they are federal agents, the state law does not apply to them. That's what they will claim.
Well, you raised a lot of issues, but on the state law, there's a whole body of case law on this topic about what is or isn't an emergency. It arises under people that get injured as a result of a police chase that was not an emergency, and they sue for tort.
Well, that's a civil issue, not a criminal. I'm talking about the actual criminal statute. Anyway, that's a little bit off topic, but you led me to the water and I drank it, William. Thank you.
It wasn't my intention, but thanks for letting me speak.
Kane, El Normal, followed by Steve. El Normal. What's going on today? So many people come to the stage and they're not there when I call them, and I feel like I'm being ignored. And I'm very thin-skinned about these things. And I started with, I was feeling so good in the very beginning. Marsha said, "How you doing, Gary?" And I said, "I'm doing great." But now you're the third person to ignore me when I call them. Norm, please speak.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Am I? Okay, so you got me worried that you couldn't hear me. All right.
No, I can hear you when you open your microphone.
Well, that's a detail. So I want to make. I made a point earlier to some of the people back channel. Nixon was never impeached. So it's interesting the way legends over time become accepted as truth. That's number one. Number two, Trump lost the 2020 election. I don't want to upset you or him or anybody, but he lost in 2020. And it is a weird quirk of his personality that he can't accept it. Even though he's probably in a much stronger position now than he would have been, say, in 2022, right? In other words, if he was 2 years into a 2020 term, for a variety of reasons. And this time he won the popular vote, which is quite a mandate. So now to the question, I really like what Marshall said, and I agree with him. It's enough with the frivolous impeachments that we know are not going to result in removal. I think it was Marshall who DEFCON 3. This is the ultimate recourse that we have for an elected official to be removed. I think Supreme Court officials also can be removed this way. So it should not be done casually. I guess I also want to point out that early in his first term, he said that he thought once he won the election, the press would stop giving him a hard time, and that didn't happen. So he's surprised. And he is a combative, a belligerent kind of guy. And if you punch him, he's going to hit you back 5 times harder. And he was punched, I think, sometimes unfairly, both in the Mueller investigation, which was an exercise in absurdity, because he obviously didn't collude with Russia to influence the election, and also in the 2 impeachments. These were also absurdities. I mean, why do that, knowing that you're going to lose? And it didn't even slow him down, apparently. So we have a loss of integrity in government on both sides of the aisle. The investigation and the 2 impeachments were done to throw mud at him, to smear him. The same thing with the Kavanaugh hearing. It was done to throw mud at him and to smear him. I even personally feel that the Stormy Daniels case was absolutely nonsensical legal case. Again, done to smear him, with each payment that he made to Michael Cohen to pay off the NDA that he got from Stormy Daniels, who was charged as a felony. It was $7,000 here, $8,000 there. So Trump is capable of responding with equal or greater pettiness. That's why I list all those things, because he knows how to fight back, and if his opposition is going to fight dirty, then he's going to fight dirty right back. And I would not put it beyond him at all to. I got to put the phone down. I hope I'm not getting pulled over here. I'm not. Okay, good. All right. It's not me. He is not above pulling some sort of monkey business when it comes to the midterms. I would definitely not put it past him. Now, I didn't see the announcement, so I'm just taking it from you, Gary. So I'm just giving you my opinion. The question from the room is, Trump might declare a midterm national security. Are you asking, do we think he's capable of it? He sure is. I mean, don't forget, FDR was capable of serving, 3.5 terms, and he was capable of stacking the Supreme Court, but the popular opinion went against him. So I do think we are in a time of enormous geopolitical, global, social, political.
Well, Norm, if you'll notice, the other side of the aisle only wants to pack the court when it's out of favor with them. But when when it's out of favor with conservatives, we don't want to pack the court.
Right. Well, I don't know if Trump ever came up with that. Hello. I don't know if Trump ever considered packing the court, but if somebody suggested it to him, he might look into it, because he's capable of darn near anything, is the only point I want to make.
Can y'all catch me up on the subject?
You got to wait your turn, buddy.
Yes, sir.
You have to wait your turn, Doug. Yes, we'll get to you. We'll get to you.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Norm.
All right, just to conclude, he's capable of darn near anything, and he colors outside the lines a little bit more than the Democratic Party. So the Democratic Party is capable of all sorts of interesting stuff that looks good on paper, that is seemingly conventional and allowable. But in fact, and I discussed this with Scott previously, we're breaking the norms. Abolishing the filibuster for judicial appointees
has nothing to do with the topic at hand.
I'm saying we're talking about breaking the norms, Gary. That's why I bring it up. And Trump is as capable of breaking the norms as the Democratic Party is, possibly more so. Let me just leave it there.
Are you a self-hating Norm?
No, I'm not. Why do you ask?
Because you said you were breaking the norms.
Very funny. No, I'm not doing it. But what we're talking about,
Hey, Norm, on a serious note, and it's totally off topic, you reported in the chat, folks, the chat is linked above, and it's there 7 days a week, messenger for you to participate in conversations before, during, and after our sessions here on Clubhouse. You made an announcement about a United Nations report. Not everybody reads the chat. Would you like to repeat for the folks who are listening what that UN report said?
Yeah, and this was brought up today today or yesterday in the United Nations. The report made it very clear that there was no starvation in Gaza. I mean, I can leave it at that. But
Thank you, Norm. Thank you, Norm. I just wanted to point that out because there have been misrepresentations of the reality in that terrible conflict that become, as you said in the beginning of your discussion about this issue, truisms. But truisms don't necessarily reflect fact. Thank you, Norm. Steve, followed by Kyle.
Hey, Gary, I got one question. How do you know there was an emergency for those ice agents?
Okay, Steve. Maybe there was. Thank you for that question.
It's legitimate.
Thank you. But this is how they entered this small town and then deployed to start arresting people who are in the country illegally.
You know,
It was an obvious
I know.
attempt
what
to
you're saying.
intimidate the community. They made their presence known. They want everybody to know that ICE was there, and they like it. They like the people running.
I was just jerking your
Yellow!
chain a
People
little
were
bit.
screaming, "Yellow! Yellow! Yellow! Yellow!"
I was just jerking your chain a little bit on that.
All right. Kyle, followed by the movie.
Okay, just to respond, I don't believe I said impeached, but if I did, obviously what I meant was that the House Judiciary Committee adopted the 3 articles of impeachment against Nixon in July '74. And that was a de facto, for people who don't know the Latin term, it means that it was a virtual impeachment.
No,
Because-
impeachment's not an impeachment until the full House takes a vote and come out of a committee of jurisdiction. But unless the full House votes on it, it's not a register of the House. It's a register of the Judiciary Committee.
Right,
So
but the votes were counted.
So the accurate description of what happened, Kyle, is that the President Nixon, was not impeached because he resigned from office before the full House could vote on the articles of impeachment that were proffered by the House Judiciary Committee. So
I
that
agree.
ended the formal impeachment process. That is historically accurate.
Okay, it's frustrating to talk because I've been interrupted so many times, but I'll keep going. So I know that, and what I'm saying is that it was a de facto impeachment because with the Judiciary Committee
My point is
proceeding,
it's not. Impeachment
I'm
means a
interrupted
very
again.
yes, because I'm a moderator, and because you're using the word incorrectly. It's not a de facto impeachment. A de facto impeachment would mean the House had held a vote. They haven't. It's come out of a committee of jurisdiction, which is entirely different and means an entirely different thing in Jefferson's Rules of Order than what you're making it sound like.
Okay, if you're done there, I'll just say this. If you watch the actual proceedings of the House Judiciary Committee, the recordings, you can see how the votes were peeled off, the Republican votes.
Right, and you made that point earlier. So
Okay.
thank you, Kyle. I'm going to move on to the movie. Listen, Marshall is correct. A de facto impeachment would be where the public official is stripped of his or her power or their authority or practical ability to govern, even though no formal legal impeachment process has taken place. The formal legal impeachment process would be de jure. De facto would be if they were able to force him to not, for example, I am the mayor, but they locked the doors to the city hall. I can't come into the city hall. I have not been removed from office, but I lost my practical ability to govern. That would be a de facto impeachment of the mayor. But if I, as the mayor, resign because I know that the city council is about to vote on whether to impeach me, then it would not be a de facto action. And I think that's what Marshall was attempting to clear up. Hard to keep people on the stage today, and I don't know why. We invite people up and they're not making it. Maybe Frank will make it and maybe Les will make it. Frank, I see that you have made it. Frank. That's the other thing. I've been calling people today and they haven't been answering. I'm beginning to think that it's not them falling asleep at the switch. I think there's some kind of a clubhouse problem. Les is trying to get. Yeah, see, it's there's a problem here today. Okay, well, we had a good discussion nonetheless, folks. We're here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time, so until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
He worked for Apple. And Link said, yeah.
we can like do business calls here. So, there ain't no damn club in Hawaii. I'm not flipping on this thing.
Capitalism is really good. I love free market, long review essay, blah blah blah. You happy being argument with okay.
No, I think there isn't a healthy middle
What I was
ground,
saying
right?
is,
But
let me get to the point.
the abolition of private ownership, yeah, I'm very opposed to that.
Yeah, my point was that what my point
Private
is,
ownership
the term
means
collective.
Communism
collective
works at the
management.
community level.
By the way, people, this is a study. I swear to God, like you really need to be really educated about that.
Well, why is it that you think that free will is the solution to the problem of evil? Like, what's he really going to say?
I mean, the problem is he's a bit of a motor mouth, so it's like he has a lot that he'll spew out, but what it is like a bunch of stories, you know?
Yeah.
And this is what becomes frustrating for me is that it's just like, well, you're just like doing narrativization and kind of just those stories based on the data. So it's like, yeah, you can tell me a story about how free will is related to like evil arising in the world, right? But that's not actually a response to the argument because what you want on the argument is to show that like you start from like perfect being theism or classical theism. I gave the argument that, okay, from this, you should have a very low expectation of evil arising in the world. The only way you're going to respond, the only way your story is going to work to respond to that is if it like falls naturally out of the hypothesis, and it seems like a lot of people don't quite get that, it's like you could add on a bunch of auxiliary hypotheses and my argument is still correct. That like, but conditional on perfect being theism, evil is unlikely, but conditional on perfect being theism plus a bunch of other stuff, it becomes like.
Yeah. So I mean, right. So I mean, if he told me a Just So story, I would just say, well, that's a very nice Just So story, but what's the independent justification story? And that's what I would like to see somebody like him have to supply. And I'm not saying there couldn't be good answers, which is one reason why I want, why I think Andrew is a good target. I wouldn't expect Andrew to have somebody more sophisticated and more serious, like, I don't know, like a Dave Coleman would have.
Yeah, Detroit, I invited you up. Yeah, I don't know. Dave Coleman is like, I think his response to it is going to be one of these like, sure, it's evidence against, but I have way more evidence in favor kind of thing.
No, but I
find
wasn't
that to be
talking
a bit
about. I wasn't talking about the evidential problem itself. I was just talking about appealing to free will as a response to the. Because my point is, okay, why think that free will is what accounts for it? Like I could grant if that was what God cared about, or if free will was good, or whatever, any of these things, I could grant that for the sake of argument that it could be used in the construction of a theodicy. My point is that I'm not seeing what the independent justification for thinking that's what God cares about is, because it's not clear to me that there's much of a scriptural basis for it. Now, I mean, if you're a Catholic or Eastern Orthodox or Oriental Orthodox or what have you, you can just say, well, this has been in church tradition since the second century. There's probably things in the Catholic Catechism. There might be conciliar statements. Okay, fine. Then they wouldn't be the best target of this for people from those traditions. But if you're like just a sola scriptura Protestant, I want to see what they would say, right? Because I've noticed that nobody's really, well, I haven't seen it. I mean, obviously, I'm not really an Andrew devotee, but I haven't noticed anybody put the question or whoever that way. I haven't really seen that. I haven't seen that ever done. So I'd be interested to see how they respond.
Yeah. On this point of like, where does this like idea of free will come from? I agree with you. I think it's kind of fascinating.
It's
to
not
be honest.
scriptural, and I mean,
Yeah.
you know, they could try to appeal to philosophical arguments, obviously.
Right.
You know, personally, think those are good arguments, but you know, they might. But you know, apart from that, I don't think there's any scriptural. Like if I could just pose, right, as a sola scriptura Protestant, I could say, well, I'm not really moved by the philosophical argument. So why would I think that's the answer to this question? What are they going to say? I don't, you know, I'd be interested to see somebody hold those feet to the fire.
Yeah, and to be honest, like at least with arguments like the one I'm trying to run here, like it's broad. It's not supposed to be specific to a certain religious tradition. So it's like when you say like classical theism or perfect being theism, like somebody could be like completely non-religious or non-denominational or whatever you want to characterize it, where they're they believe in like a philosopher's god, you know. And so for me, like one of the issues is going to be like, even if something does show up in the church tradition, while that may be like independently in tension with the sola scriptura stuff, the question is still like, okay, you know, is this expected on perfect being theism? You know, now I think I'm fine with sort of granting like independent philosophical, or at least for the sake of argument, you know, these independent philosophical arguments for why you need half or leeway of freedom for responsibility or something. And then I can, like, for me, it's just like, yeah, but I can grant all that, you know, and I just don't see how it is an argument because, again, it tells you nothing about probabilities. And what does tell you something about probabilities, if you're following, you know, people like Cutter and Luke Barnes and Collins and stuff, and the way they run all these arguments is like, you're supposed to be able to model theism as a value selection hypothesis. You know, like that's how you're generating expectations and probabilities. And so, you know, even if agents are free, like think about if it's like the divine conceptualist view, where, or the complete concept Molinist view, where God could instantiate all these different possible people. He's going to select on the value selection construal of the hypothesis. He's going to select for valuable, you know, agents to instantiate. You know, so you would have to think he had like run out or something of good agent.
Actually, yeah, that reminds me of something else. I talked to this Matthew very briefly. I mean, basically, I just told him why I didn't think he was really talking to me. So he wanted to talk to me. I hate Matthew. I don't have any interest in really talking to him. But I was thinking a little bit about his view, and you probably know more about it than I do, because I don't watch his content as a real. I was going to ask Mason about this. Because he, I think he is, you know, maybe Detroiter knows also. I'm just sort of curious, if you don't believe in a God of revealed, you know, a God of special revelation, what is there supposed to be any interest in establishing a hypothesis that he exists? It's a little hard for me to understand. Like, if you think Jesus exists, or if you think Jesus was God, or Allah exists, or whatever, then presumably that should be like constant to you in some way. But if the God of perfect being theism exists, what's supposed to turn on that? Anything? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, I mean, like you mean in like a pragmatic sense?
Yeah, like what's supposed
like
to change? Like why is it supposed to matter that he exists?
Yeah, so I guess somebody like Matthew would probably lead off with like, well, I just care about what's true, and so like, you know.
No, obviously not. I'm not talking about that. Yeah. I'm just saying, is there something other than to appeal to?
Yeah, like I think a lot of these people that I'm sort of I've been able to talk to a lot of them recently, like, you know, like even people like Miles Donohue, Joe Schmid, they're kind of all a little group actually on like Substack, from what I can tell.
Well, aren't they writing a book together? Who's writing the book? There's a book that Matthew and Joe and like 2 or 3 other people are writing together. I forget who the other ones are.
I know there's like a little crew of like Amos Swollen, Miles, Joe.
I think Amos is one. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, but I don't know if they're all writing that book. I think
they all seem to
Amos
be on the
is
same. Yeah, they seem to be on the same page about a lot, which is like theism. Maybe Joe. Yeah, maybe Joe is like the most.
Oh, look, Roger's here. I think, or Nathan, I should say, Dathan.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
But I think Miles, you know, Sully, I don't know if I've told you this, but I think Miles may be on the way out. While on the way in. Well, it seems like it's getting weaker and weaker because apparently he told Dan that, according to Dan, he's like, in his newest paper, he's pretty much conceded that Dan's objection goes through, or he's very close to conceding.
Yeah, I wouldn't. So I read it. He actually sent it to me too. And I wouldn't say that it's like a concession on the argument. But he is saying like I think he takes that objection, this like he calls it the deeper physics objection. He takes that to be like the most serious, and he thinks that. Oh, Roger, you got feedback, Roger.
Oh, sorry.
It might be me too. Let me do this.
No, I think it's Roger, but
yeah, apologies.
So in that, so I don't want to say too much about it because like obviously it's not published yet or whatever, but he does admit to certain like he's there's a whole section where he's saying like I don't think there's like so basically he proposes a response to several versions of the objection that he thinks is successful against those versions, but then there's he writes a whole section about a case that he doesn't think it works against, and so he's kind of saying like, yeah, against this, like I don't know what to say. So to some extent, yeah, he is kind of like he's like admitting defeat about that point.